Check, check. Checkity, check, check, check. All right. See, we have begun. Let's get rolling. Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get the stream started here today. Dusted the table, so I should be sneezing a little bit less, but found out that I have to dust regularly now. Just lots of dust created here. Hope everyone had a good holiday season here. And we have some price action occurring today, so let's go ahead and get started. Today, 9:45 a.m. Flash PMI. Otherwise, it's a day after a holiday. Should see some relatively poor price action today. We will nevertheless attempt to see if we can find our way and traverse through it. Delphine Worth, Survive, hello. Trader Bill, good morning. C-Easy, what's up? What's up, man? Good to have you here today. So, important to note, today is the day after a holiday. This is not a day where you see high probability trading. It's not a day that you see big high risk moves. You certainly do not want to be risking a heavy amount today. So keeping that in mind, today was going to be a very light day. We will, if we find a trade, it will be a very light scalp, if that. And we can still talk through price action today, but it's not guaranteed that I'll find a trade today. But I mean, we will still nevertheless look for it. So stock trader, good morning. So let's take a look at the charts here. So macro NASDAQ on the daily. So let's do one thing here temporarily. So macro NASDAQ on the daily, you can kind of see where we've landed. We initially took out this high, right? And we took that out on Monday. Let's see, that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So yeah, I think that might have been the 22nd. So on Wednesday, we took that high out here. So what could be happening next? Because once we hit this daily level, we see that we rejected. We took out this high here, and then we rejected. So, and that's on a daily time frame as well. So do we go for this higher high up here? Do we continue expansion? It looks like we're kind of consolidating and accumulating now, right? So it's very much so able to do this because we've took out so many previous highs that there's just so much liquidity to the downside now. So where is the draw on liquidity now? Well, we either go to see price take this high out first, or we kind of treat this as an inability to hit this high, and then we will be looking for accumulation here. And then we want to see out of this consolidation range, we want to start to see displacement lower if we are to head lower. Now, let's go up to, I know that there's price going on right now, and it, it's definitely scalpable, but it's important to look at these higher time frames to see what is going on. So on the weekly, you kind of see here, we haven't taken out this higher high here, but previously we did take out these relative equal highs with this run up back in July. So we took these out. We headed down to this area here. We went to this mitigation block, and now we are heading higher. So what can we head to on the weekly? Well, if we broach this area here, we can come up and above, head down to it, treat that as a mitigation block, and to aim for this weekly imbalance up here. followed by all-time highs, of course. Is that likely? Well, you tell me. I mean, on the higher time frames, it does seem like we have, decided to squeeze shorts to the upside. So, I mean, I'm still macro bearish, but let's take a look at even higher time frames to see what that looks like, right? So relative equal highs on the monthly, right? So each of these candles is 1 month. We see that we've entered up into this range, this fair value gap, but we've not closed above that. Now, what we want to see is we want to see if we close above this area here or if we fail to get any higher. Now, we're at the end of a week now. I'm not saying it's impossible for us to go higher, but I'm seeing that, hey, we just took out a monthly rejection block here, which means this close, this candle's open, those are relatively equal, and we just took that out on the monthly. So I'm wondering if we continue to wick up here and wick up here, we kind of see a little bit of accumulation here and we don't see a candle close above here, then that could be an indication that, hey, we aren't going to go any higher. The second scenario could be we candle close right at the edge of this and maybe have a wick or two above there. And then we see a full green candle here. And then we start to see some full black candles take us downwards again to aim for this short-term low, the rest of this fair value gap, and the equilibrium point of this swing low down here. So we're at a precarious point in the charts, and we don't want to be pushing a huge amount of leverage here because we are at a very critical inflection point. Let's pull over on the same side. Now, I don't do this. Oops, took the wrong one. There we go. So I don't do this terribly often, but I have this on the side. Move this here. And what happened to that ES chart? Here we go. Okay, so we have ES on the side. We're on the daily time frame, right? Let's take a look at how these two charts look together on the daily, right? So I'm going to remove some of these lines here. Okay, so we can get a sense of this chart's pretty close together, right? Like, you know, these are pretty similar in this way. But from the most recent swing low to swing high, right? We have this low down here, and E-mini has that low down here. So on the daily chart, remember we had 1, 2, 3 peaks on the way down, 1, 2, 3 peaks on the way down. Nasdaq's made its way through 2 of those peaks now, whereas E-mini has yet to make its way up to this second peak up here. So from another model that we think about is this six sister concept, where there's one of these which needs catching up. So my thoughts are on E-mini, there's a high likelihood that E-mini, since it hasn't taken out this second high here, that it's going to go higher up from 4,571 and breach this 45.97 mark. So that's another 25 points up higher that it has to go. With Nasdaq, it's already breached that. It's up close to this second high here. And if E-mini is going to go any higher, well, it has some areas of liquidity up here still yet to fill. So there's a liquidity void on the daily up here, or sorry, a volume imbalance up here on the daily, and we might need to take that out. So that six sister concept does also work on the flip side, though. If we take this out and NASDAQ does not take this out, and then we start to reject, well, it's possible that E-mini also serves as a way for us to see SMT diversion. So there's a smart money concept where we see on the daily, let's assume NASDAQ comes up here, breaks this high, and then we see something like this form where you have a high and then you have a higher high. Well, over here on E-mini, if we end up having something similar form up here, and we have a lower low where we don't get nearly as high, that is going to signify to me that, hey, S&P 500 is willing to go much lower, and we are going to head lower. So if this breaches and we see a couple of these type of reactions, right? Well, that just means that we are seeing synchronous markets, that we may both head up to take out these areas of liquidity first and then head lower, or make all-time highs. It is difficult right in this moment. It is a bit difficult for us to tell because we're in a consolidation area. This whole range here, you kind of see that we've reached an area of consolidation, right? This is an area of original consolidation where we see that, hey, we consolidated here, broke down, came back up, rejected from that original consolidation, came back down. And let me see if I can kind of visually, this is what's called a market maker model here. There's areas of consolidation here, and then you can kind of see these lower ones here. This is on the daily chart too, so I mean, it's really a lot more difficult. You can see them much easier on the lower time frames. So all these areas are areas of accumulation here. And they're different areas of accumulation as well. This one's a little bit more difficult to see. So ideally, this kind of formed a market maker sell model here, and we're now in the midst of a market maker buy model redistribution. We're in the second level of distribution of it. So we have these areas of consolidation, right? And now we're actually up close to this area of here. So we've reached an area of consolidation, and we are waiting to see what happens next. Do we break out and start a new trend? Do we accumulate and then begin heading down to take out this area of liquidity? That's what my eyes are going to be aimed to on NASDAQ and on E-mini as well. So I'm going to remove all these real quick so we can go back and put the rest of my indicators on the chart. I did on Friday or on Wednesday, I did get some feedback that my charts are insanely busy. When that was back when Hydra kind of like streamed, put my stuff on the stream, and there's good merit to that. So I'm going to end up going through maybe this weekend and seeing what I can do to clean up what I see here, because there's so much stuff here, because I have red monthly levels, yellow weekly levels, purple daily levels. You can kind of see all of them on the higher time frame, right? But what that allows me to do when I go down to something like a 5-minute time frame, for example, what that allows me to do is it allows me to see some of these key levels here. Allows me to see daily levels, like this daily consequent encroachment, this daily inversion fair value gap high, right? It lets me see it a little bit clearer, so I keep them on the higher time frames, and once I go down to my lower time frames, it doesn't phase me at all. It actually helps me out. So I'll probably keep them on the higher time frames for the time being. One thing that you don't see when I move these charts off to the side here, and let me go ahead and do that as well for E-mini. I am actually looking at more than just one screen. So I have other charts on other screens that you don't see here on the stream. I have other time frames that you don't see on the stream either. So for that helps me see a little bit more price action, right? So I do keep the dailies on the side though, so that I can get a sense of what is going on here. Okay. And I also keep the daily up on the E-mini so I can see what's going on there. I certainly could and will clean up those charts though. Let me go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup on this side as well. We're going to do some cleanup on the hourly here. I'm going to delete a few lines that are no longer necessary. And we no longer need this one here. Hourly wick. That's fine. We can keep this one here and draw this one out over time. So we have that buy side over time. And then what else do we have? We've got our opening range. So right now, price closed. One thing I really like looking at is the real-time hours chart versus the extended trading hours chart. We can kind of see how Wednesday's price action came through and almost took out this entire liquidity void on the real-time hour chart, meaning there's no price action between this close and this open. It actually took out a previous liquidity void, completely filled that in, and then continued to consolidate while dropping on the 22nd down to another consolidation point, which we had earlier. Since then, we've kind of dawdled around and haven't done too much here, but we are keeping that in mind. I don't think it's going to be a huge factor today, since we don't have a huge gap down or a gap up. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a huge factor. Okay, so make sure I have these set up, by the way. I actually might not trade at all today. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Fridays after holidays are just really, really bad, and you'll see why. You'll see why they look bad over the course of the day. But let's go ahead and fix some of these areas here. Okay, so on the daily, we have now traded through both of these volume imbalances here, and we have rejected upwards. So I don't need to refer to these volume imbalances anymore, and they're also very disruptive on the daily chart. Okay, so I'm going to remove these volume imbalances here. And we can remove that as well. We can remove these relative equal highs because we've traded through them. And we can remove these as well. Oh, I think this was set as a buy side, sell side liquidity. Here we go. This low is 16,012. So right now we are wanting to chart out all of our areas of liquidity. Where could liquidity travel to? What could it draw to, right? What does London's liquidity look like today? Let's draw that out too. So London's low, 16,026.25. Let's make sure we mark those. And we see that price has peaked briefly below there, but it's respected that here as well. Exactly 16,026.25. So these are all relative equal lows, but we do have a short-term low here now at 16,024.50. So let's mark that. And we no longer need, where is that? We don't need this. It's a 15-minute. Let's remove some of these boxes as well so we can see a little bit clearer. There's a remaining buy side imbalance over here, so we'll mark that as well. And this buy side imbalance we've traded to, we can extend these relative equal lows. London 15,942 relative equal lows. We keep those expanded there as well. Don't know if we'll run for those, but we want to keep them available. So we see we have relative equal lows here. We have forming. We have relative equal lows down here as well as a buy side imbalance. I think I'll take this one instead. 16,005.25. Make sure we mark that out over time. This is what I get for not charting over the weekend. Okay, so all right, so we are gonna just wait for that. We have our top side areas of liquidity as well. So let's take a look and publish one more here for London. Let's get that London high here. And this is a high of 16,071.50. So let's mark that one out as well. Oops. So I'll mark that out as London's high. Mark these out as London low. Roughly London low. So let's mark that out as sell side liquidity as well. Hamza Zaria, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. We are in the midst of charting our day. We are not sure if we're going to trade, but if we are going to trade, it's going to be scalping. Very, very low time frame, very, very low probability. So just look at price action over London. Anytime we have a holiday and you see that Asia, so Asia's price range got taken out, the highs and lows both got taken out by London. there were certainly some good price action swings in London, but this bodes very poorly for good price action during New York. So we are in the midst of a area of accumulation on the higher time frame charts as well. And we need to see what happens next. I have E-mini on close watch as well on a different screen. So Hamza Zerio, did you ever trade London session? I wish. So I am in East Coast time of United States. So waking up for me around 2 to 5 or staying up till 2 or 5 in the morning, it makes it really difficult for me to get enough sleep to trade London. Every once in a while, if I'm traveling, I'll trade London. But I have not traded London in a while. Typically, I use London's price action to direct my New York Open session trading. But yeah, that'll be fun to be able to trade London as well. Okay. Let's see. So we have our highs, we have our lows. We can kind of see that here. We see that there's no high probability movement in these ranges here so far. Hamza Zurioa, I understand. Well, I guess I'm lucky because we have GMT time. Oh, that's cool. Wait, Hamza, where are you based out of to be on GMT time? Kind of curious. Okay, so looking on the hourly to see if there's any draws that I missed. There is truly nothing that I see right now. I see we're going into a 1 minute fair value gap here. So let's mark that. But thing about fair value gaps during consolidation is that price can oftentimes come down and take out those fair value gaps pretty quickly. And then that will basically be where your stops are as well. I'm from Morocco, and we have the same time as London. Oh, cool. Yeah, London was a really good time to trade. I mean, that was a good solid, 40 points upwards. Had a good 3 to 4 a.m. Eastern time silver bullet there. Yeah. Yeah, right now I would love to take a trade here, but oh man, it's just moving. It's moving so slowly on a day like this. There's no major movement. Price is just holding itself here. It's excruciating to see it go, 1 or 2 points and take a whole minute to do that, It's definitely a range. I mean, there's still like a 10-point range that you might get to. You know what? I'll turn this off because I don't even know. I don't like these conditions. These are very poor, low probability conditions. There's a very high likelihood I'm not going to trade today. I'll keep this on just in case I do, but very, very, very poor conditions following holiday season. It's the same way with the E-mini. Let me see what dollar's doing. So I've got dollar index on a different on my MacBook on my trading view. So I'm gonna take a look over at that. Dollar index as well is kind of faltering. Let's see. I need to remove this and this as well. There we go. I can see this a little bit clearer now. So I'm looking at the dollar index on the other screen, DXY. DXY is something that we always want to be mindful of. For Forex traders, you're probably looking at the treasury bond prices, since those will correlate very much so with whatever spread that you trade on Forex. I don't trade Forex, unfortunately. I just trade the indices. So I only look at dollar index to clue me in on where price is going to go. So about 2 minutes into these candles, we've risen about 3 points, maybe max. So I'm thinking we wait until open. We see and look for some highs to be taken out, some lows to be taken out, potentially to aim for the relative equal lows below us, and then to take us further down. Since we have taken buy side liquidity earlier in this week, I would like for us to see if we continue downwards and take out some of that relative equal low that we marked out over in previous relative equal lows. That's what I would like to see, at least. Hamza, I would love to share my analysis, but I don't want to mess up yours. I did take the London silver bullet. Thank God it's positive. All went well. Yeah, let's take a look at that. And Hamza, like, as long as you're not spamming, like links that could lead people to click on malware or spyware, I'm okay. Like, you can share your analysis, like, no big deal. If some people don't trade ICT, I think that's fine too. I think that's 100% totally fine. Let's take a look at this silver bullet. So this is from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So we see, oh, there it is right there. Beautiful. Beautiful silver bullet right there. And actually, there's one earlier that you could have taken this liquidity void here. That's a very powerful signature. Now, you would have taken some drawdown. You would have had to, from this low, 16,034, to the low here, 16,032. You could have entered in that liquidity void because we see a high, let's see, a low, high, a lower low, displacement upwards on the shorter time frame, come back down here, and within 2 minutes you would have been fine up there. So there's 2 maiden entries there, very, very clean entries that you could have very low drawdown. On this silver bullet, you could wait for price to head down here. It never breached the 50% consequent encouragement of this fair value gap, and we go higher from there, from that low 16,041. That's nearly 30 points there. Yeah, Hamza, absolutely. Go ahead and share. I think that our community here is going to be one where you can be open with people. People will inevitably criticize. Oh, look, I want to point something out here. So we're noting that price. I missed this, sorry, but note that price came down to this fair value gap, broke up higher, came down, and has now given us a movement higher here. So it looks like that was maybe 7 or 8 points roughly, 16,031 to 16,038. Again, nothing major. You're not gonna see a ton of movement today, but maybe this starts to get some shorts out, aims for some of those short-term highs. Next, we have a few of those peak to the upside, but we also have quite a bit of this downside forming here. So I would like to see if we head up to here. Gonna treat this as a sell side imbalance here. And let's do a quick retracement. So the 50% mark here would put us right around, let's see if I can move this higher. So 50% would put us right around this second high up here. So if we can look at the charts, it would put us just above this high here. So I would assume that price could head up to here at least. But if we were able to go up into this fair value gap, that would be treated as a optimal trade entry. And that is what I would like to see for us to take shorter, to take out these short-term lows down here. So that is what I would like to see. Let's see what happens here. So from that buy side imbalance down below, it looks like we have turned a bit of a leaf. We just took out that initial short-term high. It's like about 15 points, so we missed that run. But we don't chase. We cannot chase. Note how you would not really have seen much on the higher time frames here. This is really just a lower time frame scalp. And one thing to note as well, throughout this entire time, we have not formed a lower low. At least not on the higher time frames. So that is something that I find interesting. All right, so now we're approaching the equilibrium point of the main swing dealing range that we're in. And we want to see what price does in around this area. Will we continue to take out this high? If so, we're going to head up to potentially this equilibrium area. And then we see if we treat that as a area of liquidity, fair value gap, which we haven't touched yet. So I'm going to look for evidence of shorts around this area for fair value gap. Now, looking for buy side, because our higher time frames are continuing to trend upwards for the time being, rather we've not created a lower low just yet. I think that we looks like we got to equilibrium and have started our way down. Let's see if we create a temporary low here. Let me take a look here on the lower time frames to see. So we rejected through 1, 2, 3 short-term highs. But not seeing major displacement lower yet. I want to see major displacement lower if we are going to head lower. I'm watching lower time frames right now to see if there's indication. Vincent P, hello. There is a lower fair value gap just below the candle below a 15-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame hasn't closed yet, so and I'm not seeing heavy displacement yet on the lower time frame. I do see it rejected, but I don't see heavy displacement yet. So right now here's where I would have expected heavy displacement to the downside if we were going to go down. We still have 10 minutes until the 15-minute close. So until that 15-minute candle closes, I am not going to treat that as a fair value gap. There we go. See, that just squeezed a lot of shorts out there. So I would like for us to see a return to that fair value gap if possible. Now, if we see displacement here, I would take this down to one of the discount fair value gaps. Disco, hi Johnny. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. You too. My copy tool works as well. Awesome, awesome. Be careful with that, Disco. Make sure you're watching open positions because sometimes Apex does some weird stuff and you have a position open. So just make sure that you close out of all your trades when that happens. So Bentahar, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving as well. Hamza, if you go to the 15-minute, you see two relative equal lows on Wednesday. Let's take a look. Over here, yep, we see some relative equal lows. And we see two relative equal lows here as well. And there's a perfect 15-minute order block. Are you looking at a bearish order block or a bullish order block there? Hamza. If you put a fib from the high of the day and the low of the day, you'll see 127 in that area. Yeah. Yeah. This is right in the middle of this dealing range up here for sure. We are still in the midst of this range for sure. This is the most previous the latest swing rather. So yeah, I see these two as relative equal lows and I see these two as relative equal lows as well. So while I would like for us to aim for those, keep in mind we have not created a lower low yet. We have a short-term low here, short-term low here, short-term low here, short-term low here, short-term low up here as well. So we've not created a lower short-term low yet. So definitely looking to see price to continue upwards for the time being until we see true evidence otherwise. And I want to see big displacement lower. You know, we haven't seen that yet. So shorts, I think, are still going to get eaten up a little bit. And until we go up for this 15-minute sell side imbalance here. Remember, this is optimal trade entry right around here, 70 to 79%. 61% is where we start looking for evidence of retracement. But we want to see it go all the way up to this fair value gap if we can help it. To take a short, remember, we have this area that could serve as a potential mitigation block, this as well. So these are not high probability shorts in a market which is trending higher, right? So while I am curious to see if it will reject up at that sell side imbalance, I'm not married to the idea that it must go short, it must attack those London short-term lows that we marked out earlier, right? Down here. I'm not married to that idea that it must go down there and take those out because it's evidenced, we've seen it down here, right? We saw relative equal lows form, so we were thinking, okay, maybe with this giant displacement down, we might head lower. But what did we do? We consolidated. We had one final attempt to push, and then we just consolidated. So we're in consolidation mode right now. I would like for us to, I would like nothing better than to see major displacement lower, because then that would allow me to start to frame on the higher time frames. That would allow me to start to frame a market maker sell model, and those are the absolute best to trade in. Absolute best by all means. So we can kind of see how price respected that 50% level here. So remember, we drew our Fibonacci from this high to this swing high to this swing low. So we see that we're entering optimal trade entry area. We see that the bullish order blocks on the 1 minute are being respected. So you need to be careful here trying to short, right? So you can kind of see this, oops. Kind of see this being respected here. Right? There. And you'll also see that this is, hopefully this is respected as well. So far, those have been respected. Let's see. Yeezy M5 purge buy side liquidity. 5 minute. Yep, I see that. I see displacement here. I would like for us to head down. I'm thinking we head up to this 15-minute sell side imbalance easy, and then we head down to this. Either treat this as a breakaway gap and see if there's maybe like a mitigation block that we bounce from. Either way, there's like 10 points I'm looking to get short here. Once we take out this high, and once we take out this sell side imbalance, I'd like to take this short briefly, very small, like maybe 10 points, 15 points, maybe head down to this 5 minute fair value gap, that sell side, that buy side imbalance here, and then take this upwards to start to take out some of these higher areas of liquidity. The current candle gives a TS with SMT and bearish volume imbalance respected, then and only then you'd be bearish. Oh, a turn signal, I'm assuming that's what TS is. Yeah, I agree. I'm not bearish yet. I think that scalping retracements is the lower probability move, but it is something that I am keen to do if and only if we see this sell side imbalance engaged. I think that probably the better play would be to look to see how price reacts at this bullish order block here on the 5 minute, and this combined with this fair value gap. I think that'll be a better long to take. If we don't see evidence of market reversal, of course, yeah. Bentahar, Fares, are you looking for shorts? I am not looking for shorts. I would say the higher probability play is to look for longs, honestly. But we are at the end of the week too. So today, Fentahar, it's going to be consolidation day. Hamza, bullish order block just before the first two equal lows. Just before the two equal lows. I see that there's this bullish order block. Fib on today's chart from high to lows of today, Friday. Gives you 127% in that area of two equal lows. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. Yep. That makes sense. I hope it does get down there. That'd be nice. So far we see, and the bullish order block here can come all the way down to here and still be respected. We treat the high of the bullish order block to the open as the core bullish order block here. And right now it's being respected there. Now, once we see it move up into this zone here, that's what we're going to look for. We're going to look for displacement lower. I'll look to a lower time frame to enter, and I'll look to take this down maybe 10 points total. Nothing major, no major swings. Nah, I was talking on the 5 minute entire narrative. Oh, turtle soup. Okay, gotcha. What do you see narrative for the day? CEZ, I see consolidation today. I see if we continue, just I'm noting that we're on a Friday, right? So this is Friday now. We started here on Monday. This was our opening, new week opening gap. We have continued to create higher highs and higher lows. Higher high, higher low. And then we have consolidation, accumulation now. So today, especially the day after a holiday, I see it as going to be accumulation. On the higher time frames, I don't see us seeing a giant range day. I definitely am not seeing an insanely high push higher, but I mean, markets have been kind of nuts in squeezing our shorts. So, oh, look at this. So it looks like our bullish order blocks are being respected on the 1 minute time frame for the time being. I do definitely note this short-term high here, right? Let's make this a buy side liquidity. Any of those light blue lines are buy side liquidity, okay? So, we're starting to see this bearish order block disrespected there, but not too much, but we do see it broken. Candle close broken below there too. So we need to see if price is willing to head higher, or if it's going to go down, take out some sell side liquidity first, and then go to take out these relative equal highs, which are forming now. That's basically what I think is going to occur. If we go down into this 5 minute fair value gap, so this is a buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. We might go down into this area. If that's the case, then I want to have my swing from here to low to high. And it doesn't look like there is very much there. No substance on that. Move this down here. Short-term low. It would have to get down to one of these, maybe the 60% here, because that's the 50% point, and maybe this fair value gap, I think, is going to be this one here. Might be more impactful. Right there. Because what we want to see is, we want to see if price goes down to the consequent encroachment of this 5 minute fair value gap, respect that consequent encroachment here, head up to attack these relative equal highs. That's what I'm looking for on market structure on the lower time frames. If we can do that, then I will take this a little bit higher, all the way up to potentially that fair value gap, the sell side imbalance that we saw earlier. I am going to treat this area as a potential mitigation block. You can kind of see it already treated that as a little bit of a mitigation block. But let's see, it's going to take out these relative equal lows here, for sure. Those are just way too clean. So I think we should take this out. I want to see what we do around this area, the midpoint of this fair value gap. But as you can see, we are in consolidation. You're not seeing really huge moves, 10, 20, 30 points maximum. And this is all before opening bell as well. So we were touching that 5 minute fair value gap. Let's see if we dip into it briefly. If we just dip our toes into it and then head back higher, then I can kind of treat that as a institutional order flow entry drill. But I would have to see displacement now, and I'm not seeing displacement immediately. At least not yet. on the lower time frames, there certainly are plenty of these here that we can go down to 61%, 16,039. We go down to 16,037, or even this fair value gap here with this bullish order block down here. But we've eaten through a few bullish PD arrays, so let's watch and see. Let's watch and see. So we see price continue to head lower for the time being. I want to see how price reacts at this. Oops, did I have my box at the wrong spot? Yep. Okay. So far, so good. Still an optimal trade entry area. Okay, so still seeing heaviness here. I'm not seeing evidence of retracement just yet. But we are at the consequent encroachment of this 5-minute buy-side imbalance. And we're at the height of a combined bullish order block, which we left here. We can go all the way down to here. So let's let this consolidate a little bit more. I need to set up my trade copier actually. Whoops, forgot to do that. Make sure I set that up quickly. And for my eval accounts. Okay, so we were breaking through there. Oh, so that's interesting. Interesting. A little bit of buys that came in there. So people that want long, they basically just got their buy stops triggered there. It was a very slight buy stop trigger, but they nevertheless got their buy stops triggered. And we can kind of see how we're consolidating. Note how we're consolidating around this area, right? There's a small fair value gap around that 70% mark. Let me see if I can point it out here before it gets there. Man, I need to put this chart right. So now we're in deep optimal trade entry. There is one more fair value gap below here. If it breaks that and heads lower, well, we are gonna head for this short-term low we see here that formed, which is also relative equal lows. But I want to see if we leave this open here, if we leave this fair value gap open here, and kind of treat it as a breakaway gap, then I would venture to say that we are going to head higher and take out these short-term highs, relative equal highs, and take out this sell-side imbalance next. That's what I'm looking for, at least. I want to see evidence of that, though, because otherwise we're going to just continue heading lower to take out this short-term low here. And we have relative equal lows down here too. 16,005.25, right? Let me make sure I mark that. Okay, so we're note how price is reacting at that 70.5 mark. We're accumulating there. We have not seen displacement higher yet. I have not seen displacement higher just yet. I see us accumulating there though. We haven't stopped below that just yet. I'm not willing to go long yet. I haven't seen evidence of it. I need to see displacement. I need to see big fat candles. People willing to go long. So far, it's creating very, very clean equivalent lows. Low 16037.25. Low 16037.25. Low 16037.25. Right? Tell me that's not algorithmic there. Okay, so we've breached lower. Good. So what's left? We only have this fair value gap remaining now. And we're below the 5-minute fair value gap as well. But there's a bullish order block here, so I am willing to let it go down here. Okay, starting to see a little bit on the lower time frame. Still nothing like huge, no big major displacement yet, but we see that we're well within the optimal trade entry model parameters here. We see that this whole area here can serve as a bullish order block. Nine o'clock in the morning. Not willing to go long just yet. And again, reminder at the beginning of this channel, this is not financial advice. I do not recommend you take any of my trades. You can and will get hurt in the futures market. While I myself may be trading live funds, you should not take any of my trades as financial advice. Take these at your own peril, as you can and lose money in the futures market. We're seeing accumulation here. So we're seeing accumulation here. That's good. We need to look for displacement, and we probably won't get that until 9:30. Dollar is broken a relative equal low on the lower time frame. And in order for that to happen, we do see some liquidity lower. A little bit of liquidity lower here. Hourly. Let's see what you're doing on the daily. So there is framework for dollar index to go lower, which also supports my theory that we are going to go higher on indices, at least from where we're at right this moment. But we need to see some true support at this level. We can't see it go further lower, otherwise it'll head down to take out these 16024.5 London lows. Okay. Good morning, Markovich. Good morning, good morning. So we failed the 5-minute fair value gap for now, but we need to see this bullish order block hold. And you can kind of also see this across charts. Let me make this a black solid line. So we can refer to it here. There's a 5-minute bullish order block that we want to see the consequent encroachment. We want to see this hold here. We want to see this area hold here if we're going to take this higher towards this fair value gap. Okay, so we continue to inch lower. Markovich, Phoenix Trader, good morning, good morning. You changed your name, Phoenix? All right, so we continue to post into this fair value gap down here, right? So there is a bullish order block here. Dollar is moving lower. So I need to see if dollar continues to move lower. That I need to see indices supported here by seeing indices move higher. And what will we aim for? We'll aim for this high because that's a relative equal high. And we see a sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency draw on the 15-minute here. So that is framing our trade. You don't have to be somebody who is going alongside with my frame. Your frame might be different, right? Your frame might see the shorts instead. I myself am, okay, here we go. So I want to let this give me a fair value gap. And then I'm going to enter here. And my stop will be below this low here. Or actually, my stop will be below the fair value gap's low, which is this one here. Okay, so I'm going to be targeting this relative equal high up here. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's fine. It's about 8 points, right? Again, do not follow my trades. This is not financial advice. You can and will lose money in the futures market. Trade at your own risk. So I treat this as displacement above a short-term high. And remember, we were looking for a heavily discounted optimal trade entry. And we see that we've started to head higher. And we have a draw on liquidity as relative equal highs up here. And potentially this fair value gap here as well. Now, on a day in consolidation, we took this in deep discount. We saw that there's a bullish order block here. We saw that there's a fair value gap here. So those reasons allowed us to think, okay, well, maybe this is a higher probability trade. This could happen. Price can come back down to this fair value gap here. We don't want it to, but price can. So, and in fact, it can come all the way down to this as a mitigation block here as well. So, okay, so we see price moving up a bit. We should be able to move our stop. I don't want to move the stop too early though, because price can always come back down. So what we're framing our trade on is that there's relative equal highs up here and up here as well. And what does this trade frame? 61% allows us to get into optimal trade entry territory as well, right? So we're keeping our sell limit just a smidgen above those relative equal highs. It does not have to go all the way that high though, right? But that is our current draw on liquidity. So we will let it do its thing. and go from there. So very slow price action this morning, nothing too crazy. Notice how it's spending its time up at the top of this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency here. So there's a fair value gap right here that we can consolidate down from. You can see that, right? That's a 5-minute fair value gap, 5-minute sell side imbalance, right? So we don't have to go all the way up to these relative equal highs. We could treat this as a bearish order block and get stopped in our tracks right there to come down and take out sell side liquidity. That would be the worst case scenario. We would not want to see that. But once we see candle close above this here, we can move our stop up to break even. Okay? Because ideally, we treat this as a bullish order block now. Once we see candle close above here, we do not want to see price come to the midpoint of this and stop there, right? We want to see it respect this bullish order block if it comes down to it again. But we are ready to move this stop into profit. We'll move it just below this here. Actually, we will, yeah, we'll move it right here for now. I'll move it to the bottom of this just so I have a full 1-point spread. And we'll let the rest of it run. So we don't want to see price come down below this and close. It can come below and wick down, but we don't want to see it close below the midpoint of this. Typically, in a typical day, if it was like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I would treat this as an area where I would add in. But because it's Friday, because we've gone up quite a bit, because we have a short-term relative equal lows down here below us, and that we're in a fair value gap, I do not want to take high risk. Okay, so dollar indeed is going lower. We see a little bit of retracement there. We have the framework for dollar to continue lower as it has recently dropped, headed to a bearish order block on the daily. So we want to see dollar continue to drop as indices go up. So if we see a close above this bullish order block, if we see a movement above there and close above there, we can move our stops to just below this bullish order block here. So I want to see a candle close above those values, right? So we'll be patient here. Don't move your stops up too quickly because there is a fair value gap beneath those that price could come back down to first. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Right here. Price is allowed to wick down here. It is not allowed to close here. If it closes there, we are in trouble, and that is why we moved our stop up into profit. But here's the buy side imbalance that you see here. And remember, price can wick to there, but it cannot do anything other than that. It cannot close there. Otherwise, it's going to go lower. Okay. So we see a return to this fair value gap here. And it looks like we might get stopped out. Let's see. Yep. So that's what we don't want to see. I mean, it can bounce up here. From here, we can bounce up and continue forward, but I don't want to be a part of that action there. Because we can certainly continue back downwards, right? So it's possible we just got taken out before we headed up higher. I just really did not like that price action. Now, what's kind of funny is that it went down to my stop loss to the tick, and it stopped there, right? So that stop loss was 16039.50. So here we can kind of see we preserved our movement there. We have a fair value gap which formed over here now. This one here. And let's get rid of some of these other ones for the time being. So note how that stop saved us from some of the price action that occurred here. So keep in mind, this is still bullish order block territory. And we're still seeing some good movement from there higher. So we can re-enter at this point and put our stops at the short-term low here. Because it's respecting that bullish order block there. So now this I might get stopped out on. And if that's the case, then fine. But I certainly do see this bullish order block being respected for the time being. So let's see where it goes, right? Let's see if we can get that trade once more as we went down. Oh, looks like we're going to get stopped out here. All right, so it looks like our thesis is incorrect. We have a very minimal loss, and that's okay. 20 watching, 10 like. Thank you. Appreciate it. Kirk, good to see you. Good to see you. Good morning, traders. Phoenix, good morning. So it does feel a bit heavy here, and it does look like it's disrespecting some of these PD arrays. So I'm thinking that it comes down towards these relative equal lows, and I want to see if it takes this low out and this low out at open to head higher to take these relative equal highs out. Or if it just leaves those relative equal highs there, sitting there, that's fine as well. Then we will head lower, and we have 16,005, and we have these relative equal lows, 15,942. So yeah, so we saw how we reacted at this fair value gap here. And we see that we're a few minutes away from open. So looks like if you were a short bias today, then you would have made some money on that low, or that drop there. I want us to see, for open, I would like us to see a movement below these short-term lows here. And I won't take a move higher until we get below these 16,005 potentially. Because it does look like we're going to head lower to take out those lows. It's possible we see movement down briefly below these short-term lows, and then we spike up to take out these relative equal highs. It's very possible, but I'm staying pretty nimble. I'm gonna look for some of these evidences. Need to see evidence of it, evidence of retracement first, right? Okay. Dollar has jumped up a bit, so that makes sense. Indices are creeping lower here. About 7 seconds until open. Okay, so we want to see a movement lower first. And then I want to see if we see any evidence of us consolidating here, creating a higher high, or if we are just destined to head down lower towards this fair value gap down here. So 16.005.25 is what I'm looking for next. That is very heavy. I want to see it down to 16.005.25 first, because that's where I see the remaining buy side imbalance occurring. And then I will look for evidence of retracement, meaning displacement above short-term high. Once we take out the 16.005 level, that's some of the remaining buy side imbalance. I'll start to look for evidence. Okay, so there it is. So this is kind of like what I would look for to see if there's a Judas swing here or not. Okay, lower time frames, I'm seeing some movement here. I need to see a market move above. Okay, so almost. Need to see displacement above there first. Okay, there's a volume imbalance that got traded to there. Do we get displacement higher here is the question. Okay, we do. I can set a buy limit here. Hope we get that. Doesn't look like we will. Come on. I don't want to chase, but I think we're not going to get our entry either. Okay, we'll market enter. That's fine. Okay, we can move our stop to break even soon. All right, so our stops at break even. Watch those relative equal highs. Okay. And we should hit our price target in a moment here. And just a little squeeze above there is all we need. Please. Give me a little squeeze. And there is... Come on, man. All right, we're gonna raise our stop here. I think we'll still hit the price target, but just in case we don't. Those relative equal highs are too smooth, though. I have to admit. We might get stopped out here. Okay, that's good. We see it respecting that, and we should see a spike up higher shortly. You want to see it respect that bullish order block there. Now we've reached the real-time hour opening range as well, so I'm okay if it takes my stop out there. That's fine, but I anticipate we'll head higher and maybe even take out these this high, short-term high here. So these relatively equal highs are too smooth, though. I can't imagine we don't take those out. A lot of people FOMOing in now, though. Okay, so not a bad trade. We did not get our entry like we wanted to. We didn't see a volume imbalance, which got traded to. So unfortunately, we entered a little bit late and only have a few buckaroos of profit. But is that not what we were lining up today? Is that not what I had written out and spoken out? Like, I wanted to see that 16,005 before we saw a retracement, right? So next time I'm going to be watching out for my volume imbalance so I can enter on the lower time frame and go from there. So I'll lift out about 20 handles of profit there, which is totally fine. But now we've created extreme relative equal highs. So we came down into this fair value gap on the minute. And I think that we will end up going back for those relative equal highs. If we do, great. Not a problem. We were happy to see the play. We were happy to call that play out. And we did actually, so this is a high of 16,053.25, 16,053.25 there, right? So now we are looking to see, we see that price created a relative equal high there. So we do anticipate that price is going to, now here's a bullish order block that we're getting to right now. Let me see if I can mark this out before it gets there. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Black line. So here is a bullish order block here. I want to see what happens. Do we respect this? Do we respect this, or do we continue lower down to the lower bullish order block, which is down here? Now, this might not look like bullish order blocks to you on the lower time frame, but they are to me on a very low seconds time frame, basically. I'm on a much lower time frame here. We want to see how price reacts at that bullish order block. If we respect that, then we'll head up to take out those relative equal highs. If we break through that, we will probably break through just to pick up a few more orders here. So we want to see what that price does immediately at that time frame. Okay, so let's keep going. And this bullish order block goes to about here. This range is where we can treat our bullish order block. Okay. We need to see displacement above 16,024, and then I'll feel more comfortable taking this long. Okay. Let me see, higher time frame. We definitely took out sell side liquidity first. Okay. It does feel like selling is a little bit more prevalent right now. But that bullish order block has been respected for the time being. Let's give it a little bit more time. 9:45. Remember, there's news at 9:45 in the morning. We have PMI, Flash Manufacturing Services PMI at 9:45 a.m. So keep that in mind. All right. Entered a little bit early on this one. We might get stopped out on this. It's fine. We're operating under the pretense that we've respected that bullish order block, but we'll see. Time will tell. So we got a lot of people short on that, right? So lots of longs got taken out, lots of shorts got taken out there as well. And now we're kind of just dawdling around until that 9:45 a.m. news. Do not take trades with me. You can and will lose money in futures market if you do. I'm okay if this stops me out, but I wanted to see how price is moving. I'm noting the relative equal highs, which have not been taken out yet. I'm also noting the sell side liquidity, which we did just take out. So what does that leave? That leaves us with movement and heaviness as well. That is one thing to consider, is that heaviness that's there. So look at that. Looks like these weren't respected there. Price is going to continue downwards, and maybe even take out like the short-term lows that we have here and head down and blast through the bullish order block that we saw there. So CEZ is in the hourly more of a sell. Yeah, I mean, that breakdown, it depends on if it closes down there, right? So we want to see if it closes. So we just got stopped out again. Understandable. Still within our losses parameters for the day. But we want to see this bullish order block, if this gets respected or not. It doesn't look like it is. Actually, it does look like it's keeping okay. We'll try once more. We'll go to the Okay, so, you know, lots of crazy action here. Oh, wow. That was one heck of a spike. 9:45 a.m. news. We see displacement. We see lots of wicks as well. Try it once more with one contract this time. And if we get stopped out this time, then so be it. Add on one contract there. That was a little bit too premium to add on. Yeah, it does look quite heavy. Yeah, every single time we try to go higher, it just gets sold off into. So might be a losing day today, honestly. I would prefer it not, but I mean, it does look like it's quite heavy after all. Now keep in mind there are a lot of people short there. And the only thing that keeps me in this is that there's 3 relative equal highs up there. Now, I could be very wrong and we just go completely shit the bed, which is what it looks like we're about to do, pretty much. It really does. It does seem like it wants to shit the bed here and head lower into that fair value gap. So that's the case, then so be it. We missed it. We are out, and we'll take our losses. Yeah. That's why you don't take my trades. There's another loss there. So pretty heavy loss day for me. I was thinking that we would head towards these relative equal highs, but perhaps I should have instead seen that we weren't able to make that movement high, that we've headed much lower. Plus the hourly has 10 minutes to close, and it still has had a heavy movement to the downside. So this is kind of why I don't love trading on Fridays. Okay. I got a lot of people out there. And we definitely took out sell side liquidity. We rejected from this 5-minute bearish order block up here. You were right about the relative equal highs, but the bodies that created the wicks are stopping at the bearish fair value gap. Yes, that's true. That is a good point. And there's certainly London lows down here that we could be potentially looking towards next. Now let's take a look. Do you see that we went down into a lower time frame buy side imbalance, but as they mentioned, I would need to see huge displacement to the upside for us to feel confident going long again. Looking to short again at 0.15. Yeah. The only reason why I'm not looking to short right this moment is because we took out a we took out a low there. But the hourly is aiming to close in the next 8 minutes. If we don't see really big spikes up, then the hourly is definitely aiming to close higher. Let's try once more. Okay. Hourly is at 16.018. Okay, good. Keep my sell stop below the volume imbalance here. If this hourly does close below that short-term low, then yes, I will flip my thesis. We want to see if it can close below that 16.024. Okay, so it is rejecting off of that 16.024, kind of like a mitigation block, it seems. Yeah. About 5 minutes left on that hourly candle, so I do want to see how it ends up moving. Right now, we haven't closed yet. A few more minutes left remaining on that. Move my stop up a bit. If it breaks above this 16024.25 or 0.5, I want to see it break above with some big green candles if that's the case, because otherwise it's going to reject lower. It does seem like it's holding here quite a bit. But we do need to see it close above 16024.25.5 if we're going to see any movement higher. It definitely does feel a bit heavy for sure. Okay. So we saw displacement higher. I'm gonna treat that as an add-on if I can. I'm gonna actually move this volume imbalance here. That one more order. Move this stop. We'll add one more order here. All right, how much time on the hourly remaining? I don't know if I'll get my third entry here. All right, so we can move our stop into profit now with that relative ease and safety here. And we'll just, maintain where we are. Hourly is a few minutes away, about a couple minutes away. And I want to enter once more there. All right, so that was a third entry into the fair value gap there. Took out self stops, and we want to see it hold there if at all possible. $16.25. And we do see we've rejected from a previous sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency there. But we are also holding, for the time being, we're holding a break above, but it's not guaranteed that we will head higher, of course. So I'd like for us to remain above here if at all possible, but it does look like we are heading lower. And we might get stopped out once more, so. All within the last few seconds. So let's see if we can hold that 15024.50. That's really key. and holding that in the coming hourly close, that is really key there. That's really, really key. So that's what we wanted to see there. So now we should be able to move our stop to below this short-term low here. And it doesn't have a reason to go down below that anymore. We've solidified pretty much our movement higher outside of that. So ideally, I would like to see us now start to head back up towards our relative equal high draw on liquidity there, if at all possible. I want to see on the lower time frame, I want to see this bullish order block respected, and I want to see us respect this here, very much so. And I'll continue to hold this until we either get stopped out or we move higher. So, but that hourly candle close above 16024.5 was really, really key. This can definitely still reverse. It is a Friday, so keep that in mind. Okay, so we're seeing price continue to head lower. We probably will see this tested a bit. And looks like we are heading down to take out some stops. It went to a volume imbalance below us. Picked up a few more orders there. And easy M5 change state of delivery. Yeah, I see that. Bodies of the candles aren't supporting. So I'm really, hesitant here, but dollar index continues to head lower, so I think prices are heading higher for the time being. But this is a tough day for sure. I'm going to move just to prevent a spike down. I'm going to keep my stop loss around there. But it shouldn't get down there, but I mean, I've seen crazier movements for sure. So if we get stopped out, then we get stopped out. That is kind of the nature of the game we play here. Now, keep in mind, there's been a lot of people that have gone short since that morning's movement up to that relative equal high. So I'm keeping that in mind, that many people are thinking that this will go shorter, especially since it's the end of the week. But if price is weak enough, it will go down. I mean, there's definitely case to be made to head lower as well. So I'm sticking to my guns though. I want to see that relative equal high bursted open, and I want to see it done in this hour if at all possible. So we'll see. 5 minutes. There's a lot of material to get through here. It's very difficult for it to get through it, of course. It does seem like it is kind of stuck in this area where it's at right now. Dollar itself is moving lower, but index prices are kind of held in consolidation here. I'm considering the fact that ES, let me look at a 60-minute on ES E-mini. So I'm also considering the fact that that E-mini has yet to achieve its area. So it's draw on liquidity there. I think that the E-mini can serve as a I want to say it can serve as a six sister concept, but that can work both ways, right? That can certainly work both ways. So if this starts to shit the bed here, I mean, we're in trouble. Dollar itself continues to move lower, so we don't like to see this. So we might get stopped out here. Usually when we see dollar head lower, we are also seeing indices head higher, but you know, it is a Friday after all. It does look pretty heavy though. And it does look like this hourly candle is beginning to form lower. And it does seem to be supporting that quite well. So see easy, I let go of six sister. I can't easily see it. That's okay. It's just, you know, everyone's gonna see something a little bit differently, right? And the nature of what can happen today is definitely a tougher trading conditions. Let me see if I can see anything on E-mini. Definitely feels heavy today for sure. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. Let's see, I should be moving my stop down to here, honestly, because that's the midpoint of this. Oh, I just got tagged. Yep. So doesn't look like we will get what we want. Dollar index is rising again. Let me check to make sure I'm still okay. $18,48044. Okay, so I still have a little bit of buffer. Yeah, today's not the bull's day. It did go down to a volume imbalance on the 5-minute chart. Gosh, this is just so interesting. It went down to a bullish order block on the 15-minute, bullish order block on the 5-minute, and a volume imbalance on the lower time frame as well. But it does feel like it is more heavier than it is bullish for sure. Now, if this goes up, I'll be a little bit upset, but as it does. So dollar index, even though it is heading lower, indices are kind of going lock and step with it. This is why we don't want to trade Fridays, folks. But for those who are short, you did a good job, and yeah, absolutely. So given that it's Friday, looking for longs on a Friday was probably the incorrect thing. I was hoping to take it short if we saw those breaching of relative equal highs there. Oh, ICT's trading live now? That's kind of cool. Let me see. YouTube. Inner Circle Trader. I don't see him trading live. At least he's not on YouTube. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay, so on these lower time frames, they just went and stopped me out and then headed higher. Post Thanksgiving, it was a video, looks like 47 minutes ago. There's a video he posted for post Thanksgiving order flow execution example. Hamza, I appreciate that, but yeah, this kind of trading condition is very difficult to trade in, honestly. Let me see what ICT was looking at. Okay, no thanks. I'm looking at his video now. 8:15, 8:30 a.m. So it looks like he took the long there. Yeah, that was the long that we missed, but yeah, so it looks like ICT took that long play at 8:40, 8:35-ish. Looks like 8:35, yeah. We were charting at the time, so we missed that play, but we definitely saw that 1 minute fair value gap as well. So that was the same one that we marked out earlier. That was this one here. This 1 minute fair value gap is the one he took, and he took that all the way up to the high there. So right now, we failed to get to that higher high, like CEZ mentioned. It does feel like the market is quite heavy here. I am also. I definitely do feel like we just took out relative equal lows there. And we have some relative equal lows down even further to head to. But for the time being, we need to see how price reacts here. 1014. Okay. Oh, no, I appreciate that. I'm not, by no means am I perfect though, as evidenced today. Um, I was wanting the relative equal high way too much. So much that I missed that we failed to achieve it and saw even further closure of price below. So we have now taken out two sell side liquidities though. And so now if we break above, if we're able to break above this area here, I would like to see movement higher. So we come back down here. Buy in here. And we'll take this up to, oh my goodness. This is very heavy. Yep. So I'll get stopped out once more for sure. Yeah, the price is so heavy to the downside today. There's no point in going to the upside. We have let me see what I'm missing here. What else am I missing? To the downside, we have this fair value gap to fill. We have a bearish order block here that we traded up to, it looks like, here. So missed that. And dollar is also on the rise back up temporarily. And with dollar rising up, we would see price go down. And now we wait to see if we continue heading downwards here. ES is also trading down. Yeah, definitely. Saw that market structure shift a little bit too late on the 15 minutes. So it has taken sell side liquidity, but there is one lower than that. Yeah, on E-mini S&P. Let me mark out E-mini as well over on my other screen. It does seem to be hovering around its own sell side liquidity on E-mini. And looks like price here is rejected from another bearish order block. So right now we're at the cusp of a bearish order block here. Yes, equal lows at 942. But we also see displacement here. Try it once more. We want to see price hold above here, of course. We want to see these treats, these bullish order blocks accordingly. That might be a little too high. Let's go for... If this breaks below those two, then I will close out of this. Let me see on higher time frames. Yep, so on the 15-minute, there's a bearish order block here that I would like to protect myself from if we end up getting up there. Oh, don't do that to me. Dollar switched up again. Yeah, this would be technically the low-hanging fruit, but if we head any lower, I'm going to close out of this so it doesn't take my full stop. So it does look like it rejected. Went down to a fair value gap. And continues to breach into that fair value gap. We want to see it respect this right here. Otherwise, we're closing out. All right, so it looks like it has rejected off of this sell side imbalance and might head lower. It's having a tough time getting below this sell side imbalance, or the sell side liquidity here at 16,005.25. Me going long in this is like butting my head up against a head. against a wall rather. Okay, I'm closing out. It's not going to go any lower or any higher, I don't think, if it's respecting that. And of course, let's see. Yeah, that was a pretty good silver bullet there. Yeah, I think the bearish bias would have been much more effective on a Friday, of course. So, but instead I have a more sizable loss than I would like to have on a Friday. Let me check a few of my accounts to make sure they're still okay. 2,600, 7, 8, 900. Okay, so there's about 300 left in this one account. I have one account that's on the cusp of being a failure, so I'm watching that closely. Yeah, it's a heavy. Definitely heavy. But it's gone down too far for me to... I mean, I guess I could look for these types of displacements lower. 10:30 a.m. We definitely have room to head lower to fill out this fair value gap. So 15,942.5, those relative equal lows that you mentioned earlier. Yep. The difficult thing for me as well, though, is usually dollar. Oh, I see. So dollar index bounced off of a previous new week opening gap and is currently consolidating around there. Appreciate you, Phoenix. I'm learning a lot about myself as well. And it looks like we are getting a little bit of movement to the downside here. Let me see what we actually... If we fill in that fair value gap, I'm wondering if we do end up heading towards those London lows then. Or the, sorry, relative equal lows of 2 days ago's London lows. We've taken a couple of sell sides today, and certainly have been faked out a couple of times. Watching some of the bearish order blocks to be respected. The lower time frame. Let's see if this respects these here. Famous last words. It's moved too far to go any lower. Yeah, absolutely. It certainly can, and it does feel. It definitely does. I mean, the hourly is likely. You know, originally I was thinking it had a shot because it closed above that sell side in the sell side liquidity, but where it's at now, you know, it's achieved a previous fair value gap we were looking for. There hasn't been a lower low formed on the daily chart yet. And it's at a key area where if it continues downwards, then it's going to target those relative equal lows there. But I'm seeing a little bit of consolidation here on the 5-minute and 15-minute. You know, it's still holding for the time being. So we will see. Maybe I'm just too optimistic about the market. Remember, we are closing in an hour and a half, so this is a quick sand day. I think we have a full day today of trading, though, right? I think today's a full day of trading. So Thanksgiving, markets closed Friday. Oh, it does. Yeah, you're right. Friday's early market closed at 1:15 p.m. Yeah, good call, Phoenix. Yeah, sure. So the hourly chart, I think it'd be easier to zoom out first, but and let me do one thing here as well. Let's remove all drawing objects on this one. So we can kind of see for the past few weeks, we've not created a lower low yet. Now we're on the way. We would have to get below this short-term low here for us to think that we're turning the corner, basically. We haven't done that yet, though. So once we see displacement below this short-term low on the hourly, that's when I start to think, okay, well, maybe we'll see some sort of movement lower and start the market maker sell model here. So I am keen to see if it does that, or if we continue pushing into this November, December Santa Claus type rally type thing as we get into December, especially, right? So you want to check on full day price action today. Yeah. I have the, let me put my chart items back on there. Yeah, 1:15 p.m. is when markets close today. I just checked the holiday schedule. So we probably won't expect any major moves from here on out, especially since the market's closing. Yeah, right. And we can tell, I can kind of tell just based off of the movement on price, things are slowing down quite a bit. So I feel like now it's pretty much find liquidity and take it where you can type of market. Yeah, I think most of the big moves have happened for the day. I don't Doesn't look like we're gonna get very much else more today. So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that we had to take a loss today where we could have just not traded. But we'll go back and analyze. We'll go back and analyze over time. And actually, I forgot to trade my other Apex accounts. I have a couple of other ones forming today. I need to trade those real quick. $148. There we go. Okay, so here's a little bit of displacement that we were looking for. And we want to see if it continues here or if it's just a movement up to this bearish order block and then rejection there. That definitely is a nice move upwards though. So I want to see that 1 minute candle close. Now I'll take an entry. I'll take another entry here. Into this bullish order block. And I don't want to see it go much further, if that's the case. Oh, so it does look like it rejected off of a 5 minute fair value gap there. So it looks like it rejected right off of that bearish order block and is heading potentially lower. That would have been a good point to take a quick short because it took out a short-term high there on the 1 minute. You kind of see this little bit of liquidity got taken out there very, very, very briefly. Okay, let's see. $15,990 breaking that we have a good shot at below. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it does look like dollar index is finding a consolidation area. It's such an interesting set of green candles there, though. like. Let's see if it continues to respect this 5-minute candle here. Okay, so price has come back up to that bearish order block. And let's see if it respects this candle here. Let's see if sellers are exhausted or not. Good morning, Martha. How are you doing? Okay, so it's so far let's take another shot at this. Let me see if I'm missing anything. It's at another previous bearish order block up here. So let's see. All right. We want to see if this can continue this trend to the upside, of course. Or if it's just a ploy to get longs, thinking that they're back long. So I do see that we're inching back up into previous areas of liquidity. I'm starting to see if we can close above 16,015. That would serve as a indication that we are able to maintain a market structure shift. So we need to close above here. And we need to do it with volume if we have a shot. That's the only thing that can happen. If it's going to head higher, that's what has to happen. And it has to support this bullish order block here if it's going to do that. So we'll see if it does, or if it just continues to give up the ghost and head lower. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Accidentally added a contract there when we wasn't supposed to. So we want to see this respected here, if at all possible. Given we are long, but we do see this fair value gap. Technically, our stop needs to be below this fair value gap here. And we will add here with the assumption that price has achieved what it needs to do on the downside here, and that we've seen a shift higher. But if we fail this fair value gap here, now that the hourly full fair value gap consequent encroachment was traded into, I might reconsider bullish bias for the PM session and matching the TGIF. I see what you're saying. I have a trend line that has been respected starting at 16053, 16037. Okay. I don't know. This looks like it's still disrespecting all of these areas here. And I'm gonna get stopped out probably. It's just so heavy. I mean, it's hard to be bullish in this. Dollar is kind of doing its own consolidation thing, so not really helping. Shift mine below that short-term low there. Let me see what this high is here. Right there. Kind of feels like it's just gonna drop. Looks like it respected that 5-minute fair value gap, or sorry, that 5-minute bearish order block there. And it looks to be disrespecting the 1-minute fair value gap here. Check the 1 hour soon, close to 13, closes in 13 minutes. Yes, that's true. That's true. We have been foiled before, though. Let's see. What I am doing is getting out of my current short with a small loss, rebuy with a rip. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that given how heavy this market has looked, it's really tough to even consider a long here. I know I'm long, but it's equally just as possible for it to just drop out and head down towards the London relative equal lows. But I don't know why I just, I don't know why I maintain a bullish stance for the time being. I know it's very possible for it to drop down and take everything out super quickly as well. Very quickly. You can do that. there's definitely not many people buying, that's for sure. Uh-oh. And here's this stop out again. Yep, that's gonna get stopped out. Dang. Okay. Well, that is it. I'm no longer gonna trade this account. We are done trading this one. Too much of proper sides, offsides. I think what we can do is, in preparation for one of these accounts being blown again, which kind of sucks, I should probably create a few more. Very sad. So shorts were the way to go after this morning. Shorts were definitely the way to go. So we've fully gone through today's today's fair value gap. And today was a good lesson with not sticking with your bias, especially when it's end of the week and it's possible for us to retrace lower. We think that even though we had marked out this fair value gap, we were a little too optimistic, and we saw a few losses because of that. Okay. So we see that we've dropped down to a monthly level. This is a monthly premium SIBI low. And that is a pretty key level there. So I would be interested to see if we continue to drop or if we serve this as our flipping point. See, easy. Oh, man. Probably 15 years. No, I don't know about that. 3.5 years learning trading and still working hard to make it through. Props to you. CZ, no, I appreciate having you here. I mean, it's always good to. Oh my goodness, don't tell me this is where it flipped. So that was a monthly level that it bounced off of there. That will be disappointing if that is the point where it completely flips. That is a large amount of buying there for sure. Let me reconnect here real quick. Come on, Rhythmic. Come back. So today I broke my rules, right? I was only supposed to take 2 trades. If I have a loss, then I should lose and take that loss. So I broke that rule. So I am a little bit disappointed, but can't have to stay positive, right? So we came down to the consequent encroachment of that wick. That rise back up. But we didn't see displacement of a short-term high yet. So I'm wondering if that whole bit was just profit taking of those who were short big before, and now they're pretty much just trying to get out. That's all I'm curious about. Okay. Let's see. Final price target 958. Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting monthly level bounce there. We'll see if that was enough of a movement. Broke my own rules a few times. Definitely know the feeling. Yeah, it's a bad feeling. I know. So I'm gonna stick to some other simulated accounts for the time being. And if this rips, well, it rips. So be it. That is part of the game. It is interesting, though, that we hit that monthly level, and then we've started to head back upwards now. I do find that to be quite interesting. And let's see if it respects that bullish order block it created, or if it just drops down completely. If anything, it could go for those relative equal highs that are on the 1 minute right now. So let's see if it respects this area here. Looks like once it hit them 3 trades per day rule, and sometimes they go over the limit. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Right now, we're looking to see if we see a run up from after it hit its monthly level. We'll see if we see a run up to those relative equal highs. Over here. That's the next area of liquidity. Potentially here as well. I'm trading an evaluation account right now off to the side. So I'm wondering if we hit that level, if we see a spike through that or not, or if we end up actually heading well above that and taking out buy side. Okay. So we rejected off of that level, as kind of expected, but we rejected quickly off of that level, and we've supported the midway, the mean threshold of that order block. Actually, no, it's gonna probably head back downwards now, huh? Yeah, it looks like it's selling off a little bit from that rejection block there, but let's see. I like see this as a rejection block here, right there. So it's very viable that it would head lower at this point in time. If it has turned bullish, then we'll see it go up to take out these short-term lows here as well, but I doubt that's happening. I think that might serve as a rejection there. Yeah, because it did not achieve a higher high there. Not yet, at least. It did take a monthly level, but it hasn't created a higher high. But it did create relative equal highs there, so I'm wondering if it goes to take that out. So that's one reason why I keep those monthly levels on my charts, so that they're really, really, really key levels. Monthly fair value gaps levels, very key levels. We can see the response from there, right? So very, very important. So here we need to see if it respects this fair value. There's a bullish order block here on the 1 minute. We need to see if it respects that, right? So here's where I would expect to either see buying or that we completely give up the ghost and head lower. that would also mean that, hey, we respected this bullish order block, we respected this fair value gap here, and if we do that, then there's a chance that we might head higher. Very small chance, but there's a chance. So I'll show you what I'm trading right now. I created another Apex account, so we're just kind of like trading this at the moment because I'm not willing to risk another performance account right this moment. And we're looking to see if it can head up to just past that high up there. So actually, let me take this off because that's distracting for most people. Well, I guess people want to see that, see if I fail, so we'll leave it on there. New 1 hour looking super clean. Maybe. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was a key monthly level that we, in discount, there was actually a small fair value gap down there that we didn't point out, but we certainly were really curious about this one. So we're not going to move our stop loss just yet. We're going to let price come back down to the levels that it is expected to come down to. And we'll see if it goes to attack those relative equal highs up there that it formed just not too long ago. Gonna go long, Kevin Zhu. Okay, good luck. Again, don't follow me. I haven't been on point today. Apparently, my longs have gotten eaten into like crazy. Okay, so now we can move our stop to break even. So we're looking for price to head up higher above these relative equal highs here, and then ultimately this short-term high as well, where our price target will be to take profit. Should be able to treat this as a breakaway gap now. So we can move our stop up there. And price shouldn't head back down there if it truly has begun to shift the market to the upside. The only things I see are short-term relative equal highs, short-term highs to the upside. I don't see any fair value gaps. But I am keeping in mind that we haven't quite done any sort of a lower low on the higher time frames. Like I'm talking like daily, weekly time frames, right? I'm keeping that in mind. Should be able to now move my stop to just below I don't want to see it take out this low very much. So looks like waiting for monthly levels for my bias would have been a smarter move. Right now, we're still in this weird area of consolidation. And I would like to see price maintain this 1 minute fair value gap. I want to see this remain open. So I can move mine. That's about as far as I want to move it up, because it can come down to here and trade all the way down to here still, right? But we want to see this remain open if we have a shot at taking out these two up here. So now it's taken out this fair value gap in its entirety. We need to see if shorts have control of the market, or if the bias has shifted to the upside for the time being. If so, we should see very quick movement to take these two out if we truly have seen a market structure shift. Doesn't look like we're going to get it, though. So looks like we came down straight to that fair value gap and picked up some more orders. And we'll see what happens here. So that's stop management there. That was a good lesson on stop management. How we don't try to move stops up too quickly. And we'll see if it has enough room to squeeze out some late shorts here. We'll see if it has enough juice, rather. If it does, it should go for both of these, both this relative equal high. It should go for taking out those stops, as well as taking out the ones immediately above it, if it has enough juice, of course. I can move my stop now to the midpoint and the low of this. I should be able to move this to the lower quartile of this candle here, and it shouldn't take it out, but I'm going to keep this where it's at for the time being, because we might just get stopped out here. It doesn't seem like it wants to go above these relative equal highs up here. And it's a little bit too risky to keep it moved up from where it's at, because price can see. So I just got stopped out there, right? If I think we're heading higher, which I do, then I'll re-enter here, and that's fine. Move a stop below here. And then on the next down candle I see, I'll send in a buy as well, right there. And I could get stopped out here. That's totally fine. But I do think that those are relative equal highs, a little bit too suspect. Oh, I appreciate that, Phoenix, but sometimes it gets the best of us, right? Like right now, I might think that these relative equal highs should get attacked, but price might not think so as well. So we came down into this fair value gap a couple times. if we see movement up, it's going to be explosive movement up. It's going to take out all of those stops there. And if we don't, we'll see complete rejection all the way back down. See easy. I took way too many trades on my performance account, so I'm now trading Apex accounts. I'm not trading a live account anymore. So here's what we were talking about. If it's going to go lower, it's going to just drop out and fail to take out those highs there. But if it's going to break through those highs, it's going to do so very quickly with some nasty squeezing motion. I'm operating under the premise that that monthly level is going to hold, and that we can still reject, but maybe closer to this 1620. I would rather us head to that bearish order block first. Again, like as I mentioned before, do not take a trade with me. I am not on my top of the game, nor is this financial advice, but I do enjoy seeing, I want to see my thesis play out. And unfortunately, I was a little bit too early, and it's very possible my thesis won't play out. It's very possible that price will just going to drop out right now and take everything out to the downside, you know. It's very, very possible. So we can kind of see how price has formed a similar resistance up here. It's kind of formed like a relative high, and it just stopped there. That probably means that it's time to, like the shorts are likely going to come into play soon. Probably so. I mean, we did take out a monthly level there, which is kind of key. And that monthly level has allowed us to see that little bit of a fair value gap down there. I don't know if you can see that on the hourly, but there's a very, very, very tiny little fair value gap down here. And that combined with the monthly probably should have been on my charts, but I missed that. And now we are in a range where we could potentially go for buy side to be taken out. If we do so, it will be with a large, quick, violent motion because of how many people are short. But it does seem to be respecting that quite well. As you can see, it got respected again. See easy. I'll take my leave now. Good to have been with you, Jay. Peace. See you later, see easy. I hope your shorts in the morning were fruitful and you did a great job. See easy. Am I a scalper then? I think most daytime trading is scalping, but yes, in general, I close out all of my trades within the day, so I am a day trader after all. Okay, so let's see if we maintain this range or if we go up to get my price targets and go beyond. We want to see big candles to the upside if we're going to see it take out this high here. And again, it looks like it's being defended quite well. So we see price has breached above it briefly. So we should see a lot of people selling. Oh, wow. Lots of people sold on that one. So it's interesting though to see that that rejection block is being defended so well up here. So that means a lot of people are, you're engineering a lot of shorts here, lots of resistance here, right? So I think I do find that to be quite interesting. And let's see. We went up to that level again and we rejected again. So large resistance forming up there. And what does that mean for retail? Well, either that we see something similar in the morning where we fail to get above a certain level and we see heaviness to the downside, or we see this squeezed out for people who are late to the shorts game and we squeeze them all out and head higher. So we want to see what happens here because we would like to see a movement to the upside, but if it moves down, we are understandable as well. This is poor trading on Friday, so very, very tough. Tough to be around. Okay, so looks like shorts are maybe winning out for the time being. That was a lot of touches of that resistance there, so I imagine we got a lot of people going short there. Okay, so it looks like they got a few more people short there. 1600. It's possible it's just, you know, typical Friday movement where they're jacking price up and down now too. So it looks like they bounced it off of that previous short-term low, or that previous 16,005 level down here. And we need to see it burst through here. If we see a burst through, then there's a high likelihood that we head to some of our higher, there's actually relative equal highs up here too, back at the previous short-term low there. I am noting that for future. So let's see if we defend this once more. So we're seeing some people start to get squeezed. We can now move our, okay, so that got rejected once more there. So any longs that went long on breakout, they got shorted into, sold into rather. My entry was a scalp entry on getting stopped out. So 16007 was my entry. It's not a fantastic entry. Given that this is a ranging area, I could have definitely done better. But I have a feeling that this will go below 16005, I assume. But now that we've broken that high, I assume we're also going to go for the short-term high that's above there slightly. There's going to be a lot of shorts that are trying to short here. And the only thing that I don't like as well is that this is forming something called like a bull flag, basically. So typically, algos love to rip down below bull flags and take out stops. So that's the only thing that I'm really weary about. But it is, these are accounts that I'm willing to part with. These are not performance accounts. I traded too much on my performance accounts and lost today, so I'm trading on Apex evaluation accounts instead. So it looks like it went down, took out a few. Take out a couple of those shorts there now. Went down to a fair value gap on the lower time frame, on a 5-second time frame. And then we'll see what happens here, if we creep up or if we blow out the bottom here. 16005 holding hard. What did you say? 1 p.m. close today? Yeah, 1:15 p.m. is when markets trade until today. So very short day, or shorter day rather, for sure. So we see some shorts winning out here. And it looks like that's where we get stopped out. Okay, so that is something that is interesting. I think that we held that resistance quite well. While I would love to continue long, I don't think we're going to be heading much longer. We've closed below there. Created a mini movement lower, 45 minutes really going to go on this PM. So we went down and we got some shorts short, and any longs that were breakout there, we got them to the shorts. The market got those to go down as well. And we do have a short-term low on that monthly low that we could go for. We definitely got some displacement lower on that, but not much. Okay, let's try this again. Let me close this up real quick. So lots of consolidation as we expected on Friday, right? And it looks like it is stuck consolidating in the zone. Yes, Andrea Deca, yes, absolutely. This is a consolidation on a Friday, a short day. So really taking of short-term highs and short-term lows is probably the best bet at this moment. You go over to 154. I might need to. Looks like we are maybe heading lower here. So it does look like we've taken sell stops and then reversed. Oops, just disconnected. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Let's switch over. Switch over to different accounts now. And looks like, wow, look at that. That's one heck of a move. It just got everybody short out and then it busted them open. And I missed that move there. That was an interesting little move. So now everyone is long. Everyone who just went short got squeezed out there. That's ridiculous. Let's try. We're going to do a tight stop management here. because we know this is probably going to go way back south. Unless it wants to just keep the shorts stuck there, then it's just going to keep on grinding up now, if that's the case. Again, it's those monthly levels that really got us. I'd be interested to see if it heads up to 16024.5 and seeing what it does there. I'm curious if it'll try and squeeze everyone out here, or if it'll just try and like drop below here now and give the shorts a chance to take back over. All right, so we have a bullish order block on a lower time frame. We have nothing on the 1 minute, so we'll see if this short-term high is respected here. And it gives the shorts a chance to get out of their shorts. Or if they're just going to keep on squeezing it at this time. Yeah. So with this short-term low being taken, we got to roughly the midpoint of that let me see if I can denote this. So this was the bearish order block up here. And we came down to a low area. We busted above, came down. So I think we're still slated to head back up higher a little bit. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're slated to go lower. Because we rejected from there. So we're approaching another fair value gap here. Oh, looks like we got we got a little feisty there. All right, so I think we can probably just trade sim here because we just blew a couple of those. So let's see. We were thinking that we can go long here given this fair value gap. So we'll just trade sim from now on because we don't want to risk anything else there. I risked a few valuation accounts that I had just bought, so for the time being, we'll just stick with this and see if we can trade our price action here. So this fair value gap here, we're going to see if it holds, and we'll see if we can take it to this low-hanging fruit there. And our stop's below that fair value gap, so nothing too crazy happening on Friday as expected. So on days like these, when I'm done trading the performance account and I did not have a excellent day on it, I just have to go to sim. Those will have those days will happen. So I had the bias incorrect for the day. Might have been for the week, but waiting for, and this is probably something I could have waited for here, is looking at the bodies of the candles here, waiting for us to come back down into an area of optimal trade entry. I think that was one of my core mistakes from earlier this morning. I could have certainly waited a bit longer to do so. And that would have helped me go from swing high to swing low and determine that, hey, price can come all the way down to this monthly level because that aligns. And it probably didn't help that I didn't eat breakfast, now that I think about it. So now we'll move this up into profit as it is petering out a little bit. Yeah, I think you should take an OTE instead. Might be better for your mind. Yeah, 100%. On days like this, it is far less of a easy day to trade, right? Better for the brain. So this is typically price action that I don't trade, but we do see that we've reached both of these levels here. I think patience to look for those fair value gap entries would have helped me greatly today. Looking for these, like things like these volume imbalances down here, that would have helped me greatly today. And waiting for confirmation that we were heading higher, right? That would have also been good for today too. So all good things to remember for future state. Yeah, Kevin Zoo, if you get stopped out, then you get stopped out, especially OTE. Yep. Yeah, so like this entry here, for example, we see displacement higher, waited to head down into this fair value gap and click market order. It got entered here, filled here, and we're aiming for the low-hanging fruit of this short-term high. Price can potentially head down before it heads upwards, but we are under the impression that price will go to try to take out those highs, and then we'll stick with sims for the time being. So Kevin, I don't do limit order when I have to get in and out of a position quickly. When you're copy trading like a lot of contracts, you can't rely on limit orders to get you filled. So you typically want to do market orders, and yes, you might get a little bit worse of fills. You're going to have a little bit of slippage there, but that is the nature of having a market fill, right? So looks like this is going to take us up to 16,017 soon. It's creeping up there at least. So that was the more safe play. I wish I would have waited for that instead. Let me reconnect here. You don't get much slippage though, Kevin. You might get a few pips, but you don't get very much slippage, honestly. Let's see what happens here now. So we can take these out. We can move this one up to here. And so now we're at a bearish order block. Yeah, exactly. So we're at a bearish order block now. And on the hourly, we have not created a lower low. Once this hourly closes, we'll actually have a higher low formed and a higher high formed as well. So it's possible these relative equal lows may not get hit then. So now, considering that it is lunchtime, let's see, I guess I have one more. Oops, not that one. We could try one more here. I'll go one by one account at a time. I won't copy these. So we just hit a bearish order block on the 15-minute time frame. Now, keep in mind we have taken a monthly level on this downside on the low sell side. So if we see these start to get disrespected, we may end up heading lower to aim for that low there. So far, we have maintained a bearish stance for the day. And let's see. So we need to see if this respects this bullish order block on the 1-minute time frame. Or if we bounce from here and then take a run on stops around 1637. We've gone up quite a bit though, so I'm hesitant, especially considering we've gotten this here. But it is close to lunchtime. Let's look at ES. Oh wow, ES has been kind of rough. Yeah, dollar has been rough today too. The dollar DXY. So been definitely a scalpy kind of a day. I will take a position, assuming that we will hold. Assuming once we close above this bearish order block, if we do, I imagine we'll end up heading up to take out at least the relative equal highs of this rejection block here. and then the short-term high here. I want to see a close above there on the minute at least. So we bounced from the bullish order block there. We respected that bullish order block. But we are currently rejecting this 15-minute bearish order block. Typically during lunchtime, we do see a run on stops from the morning. But I want to see if we create a displacement lower here and then head lower. Or if we close above this bearish order block, then I will take this up to the 37-ish area. $16.025 price target here. Yeah, I like that. Previous mitigation block low. But I haven't seen a 1 minute close above here yet. Midway. Yeah, that was a pretty bad entry, by the way. Don't follow me on any of these. I'm just playing around right now. I'm trying to make sure I can see where the market's kind of like going. It does look like it's respecting this bearish order block for the time being. Let's see how the 15-minute closes, though. So I'm wondering if we'll get this lunchtime run on stops or if it's just going to reject here. So we do see this bullish order block here that we're looking for. See if we respect that. And I want to see if we get a lunchtime run on stops above here. Phoenix, I think your 16.025 will definitely hit. We need to see how price reacts here because this is a previous mitigation block, right? If it breaks through this mitigation block, then it has to head above this. It has to break through that. It has to break through a rejection block. It has to break through that to get to the short-term highs up there. I don't know if it has enough juice to do that, but we'll see. See this bearish or this bullish order block as well. We'll see if this is respected there or not. We're digging into the top of this bearish order block right now. And if we fall below here, then we need to close out of the trade pretty much. That would be 1, 2, 3 PD arrays that we would fall below. So we don't want to see that. The gray hair are growing as the price target plays around the number. Yeah, I mean, it hit your 16,025 level. So here it has shown displacement lower. So I imagine we'll head lower right now unless that was just to shake out some longs. Sometimes those impulses will go rip through just to get some weak longs out. But as long as we maintain above 50% of this, as long as we maintain above the mean threshold of this order block, then we should be okay. I should be able to now move my stop up because if it does go lower, it's going to go like much lower. So I should be able to move it to around here and it still be fine. Because it might get taken if it's going to head lower for sure. There we go. So as you can see, I was trading a lot of contracts on a fake eval account. So it does look like it rejected off of that mitigation block. So I think for the time being, it does look like we'll shift lower for the short term. Let's see. Man, these markets are so tough. Very tough. Question is does this continue to rise, or does this send us lower for the time being? Let's see. We did reject off of a 15-minute rejection block, or 15-minute bearish order block there. And we do have some room to go lower for sure. But it doesn't look like it wants to let shorts go lower. ES just bounced off of their sell side liquidity. Try this again. All right, this is probably going to get messed. There we go. Yep, I knew it. So we're going back to sim. So I tried another eval account, and you know, because they're so cheap, I played with it a little bit too much. So we just got stopped out there. So buys are not on our side. We were in a premium. We rejected off of a 15-minute rejection block here, or sorry, a bearish order block here, and it looks like it's maintaining here. So let's see if there are any other little trades that we can take a look at. Today is the worst day, and this was a great example of all the trades that we got shifted out of. There definitely were some good shorts from earlier, though. I just wish I would have been astute enough to observe those. When these relative equal highs, when they failed, when this failed to go above there, that should have been my first indication. Let me look back as well. If I had any other indications there. No displacement here. Nothing yet. So none of these bullish order blocks were respected there. So we can remove those. And hourly, we had hourly bearish order blocks respected there. And now we've there are no imbalances to trade to here, so it's just intra swing from imbalance to imbalance. liquidity to the liquidity. These are not conditions that we want to trade in by any means. So I'll close out of chart trader. No more trades at all. Not even on sim. We'll take the weekend and restart fresh next week. And we will stick with one contract. Okay, I think I'm gonna just head out. There's no point in trading this any further. We were fortunate enough to hit the one move when we rejected off of the bounced off the 16005, but we unfortunately we got stopped out of that in profit, and then we took a few other trades thinking we were going to the upside, but we didn't quite make it there, and we got cut out of many different trades. So today being a Friday, having gone all the way up on a Friday, that would have made sense. So we're going to log that in our notes for the future. And yeah, high of the week, Wednesday, low of the week, Monday, and kind of like middling ground after a holiday season. We did see movement today, but it wasn't what we were anticipating. So it was we knew it was going to consolidate, but we weren't sure if we were going to be able to get movement higher first. So yeah, I think I'm going to go get some food, drink some water, and we'll be done for the day. So I might come back just briefly, but I'm going to go off screen for a little bit. And yeah, we'll end. Price will be over at 115 today. So don't leave any positions on after then. And I think that should be good for today. So catch up in a little bit. Gonna go get a bite to eat. Yeah, no, thank you, Disco. Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate you guys watching through this tough day. I tried to navigate it, but again, I'm not expert enough to navigate it just yet.